All right, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. I am working on my mermaid this morning, and we're going to shade her and see how we do there. I'm going to use this peach for this cheek, and on her eye, I was just thinking about that. She is dark haired, so I am probably going to use black. Maybe a pop of blue for the eye, but I'm trying to decide if I want to go illustrated or not, and I think I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to do anything at the moment. I am going to go ahead and do her eye and get this done. And I have black somewhere that is hiding. Here it is. I'm just going to do those lines real quick. So this is going to be in a book. And you know what? I really do need to check what the name of that book is going to be. Let me see if I can get to it on my iPad real quick. Okay. Oh, yay. All right. So, it's going to be called The Rose's Tale, Cooking Modern Blooms from Old Roots. So that is what I am hooking this for, and my deadline is March, so I don't think it's coming out until either April or May. I think it's probably going to come out for Mother's Day, would be my guess. So I'm just going to go ahead. And she's definitely, her eyes are going to show easily because of the colors we're using for her to shade her skin. So I'm not going to do a really thick line. I wonder if I should go with just a darker line there. Just a darker brown. I think what I'm going to do is that bittersweet heather. And of course, I probably don't have a dark brown right here. Let me grab one. We can always pull this out if we don't like it. That that is the wonderful thing about this art medium. If we don't like it, we can take it away easily. So the point of the book is Deanna had designed, she started with this thing called 31 Days of Roses. And she was designing patterns to go with certain roses. So these roses are called mermaid roses. And so she designed the pattern to go with it. And this is what the mermaid rose looks like. So the idea of the book is to do the flowers like real life, so that this book can not only be a rug hooking book, but also a condensed book of all the different types of roses. So that is what we'll do with this rose, is we will hook it in these colors and try to make it look as lifelike as possible. We'll see if I'm up to the challenge, but I think I should be, hopefully. And I'm just going to use this peach right here. Okay, so that's the outside. Put you away. I'm going to use, and of course, the end got lost, but I'm thinking it's right about here somewhere. Come on, I just need a smidgen. Just a smidgen. Just a smidgen. Is that the end right there? No, of course not. I'm pretty sure it's on this side. Oh, 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 look, we found it. You just gotta work it sometimes. All right, and so I'm going to go ahead and do this circle. And I may not like the circle. I may come back and make it a half circle. And I can take liberties with her design. She doesn't mind if we change things. Just the main point is that the roses look lifelike. So if I decide the shading looks, or I don't like this round cheek, I can always undo it. And if I get this one done early enough, I may do a second one for the book, but we'll see if she needs it. I want to do her, she's got 3 girl detective ones, like the 1940s, 50s Nancy Drew. And That's what I want to work on after my Santa. Alright, I think I'm going to use this blue for the eye. We don't need much, just a little pop. So let me find where my ends are. And I'm sure I have an end here somewhere. Right here. There we go. Just have to see where it's weaved in and out. And I'm going to move this up so it shows up a little more. Okay, come on. Ooh, we're going all over the place. Don't look. There we go. Let's just don't touch it. That should give us more visibility. All right. So we have, I'm thinking this got tied before we dyed it, and so I've made a mess, but we're getting there. All right. Well, I said we were getting there. Let me find where it's crossing over right here. Here we go. All right. Now it's really pale right here, so I'm going to cut that little section off and start where it gets darker over here. Let me get a trash can going. All right, because we don't need much. And this is a much thinner yarn. This is fingering weight. So you just have to really, why are you never where you're supposed to be, scissors? Okay. So where she kind of did on just right there, I'm going to come back in and just round it just a little bit more, just because I want to make sure there is an eye. And we'll see, we may not like that, but we're going to start there. All right. So now I am going to look at a picture that I have to try to do the mermaid shading. This will be my main color, and this will be my shading, because remember she's going to be black haired, so I want her to be a little darker. So we're going to start with the shading part, and then I'll be able just to fill in with the rest of it. So I have a picture. See if that will pop up. I have a picture there. I'm gonna make her a little bigger so y'all can see. And I'm just gonna kind of use that as my reference for shading of the arms, because she's down underwater, so wherever her light source is, I don't know. I would think her light source would be above, so where she's shaded underneath, I may shade at the top, but I still kind of want to get the idea of the shading. So like her arm is bent, like that bottom arm is, and where hers comes here, the shading, I think I'm going to do the opposite. I think I'll take it along this right here. Oh, y'all can't see me. Y'all can't see her hand. Hold on. Everybody look away. There we go. So I think I'm going to go here, where they've got it here. And then probably along her body, and see where they had. Let me think about this for a second. She's diving down. But there are still flowers, so it's getting some kind of light source probably. Nope, I think I'm going to stay with what I was originally thinking. I'm just going to start about right here. We can always take it back out, right? So it's not a big deal. I'm going to go right below the draw line because I'm not sure if I'm going to illustrate it and outline her or not. So I can always go back in and fill back in here. So I'm going to do it twice. Anytime I really need the color to pop, I will do 2 rows. And I may be thinking a little slower today. We had a cold front come in, and of course the wind is out of the east, and when the wind is out of the east, that always causes me to have a headache. So I am fighting through a headache at the moment. All right. So she's reaching out. This, her body should be in the way of. So I'm not going to highlight her there. I am going to highlight up here. As if the sun is hitting her back. I think I'll stop right there for now. Maybe a little highlight on her nose. All right, so maybe right here down her forehead. If she does her makeup, everybody lightens right there, right? I don't know, mine is all tattooed on, but anyway, guess that. All right. Um, Anywhere else I should highlight? I'm a little concerned she's going to be way too solid of one color. You know what? I'll do this finger too because it's outstretched, right? Okay. I'm going to start there. We'll we'll work on this color, and if I feel like that is too heavy-handed, then we can pull some of it out and go back in with our lighter. So let's see what happens. Now, I don't want her to be just straight lines. So I will do that for the fingers, and we'll do those first. But then I'm going to higgly piggly it, and I'll show you what that means because I don't want to just go in straight lines. Okay, I've just hit another. I think I am going to illustrate her, but I think maybe in this navy. And the reason why is my fingers will all blend in if I don't do a different color. Okay, I am going to go ahead and punch this. And we will see how we go. And I will leave room to come in with some other color right there. Although I could come back in with this lighter color, right? To divide the fingers. And it wouldn't be real obvious, but it would give it some kind of a look. So I'm going to skip that and go back in there in a little bit. And let's do the rest of the fingers. I am doing these up and down because you expect fingers to be. And then I'll show you what I mean by higgly piggly here in just a sec. And I'm right at the edge of my frame, so I'm having just to move slow for a second so I'm not hitting my needle right against my frame and breaking the tip. So You can hear it hit. All right, I'm going to stay right here, and I'm not going to go against that outline just in case. So what happens when I higgledy-piggledy? If I'm not paying attention, then I just get to where I'm going in lines. So I have to do this for myself just to remind myself, hey, you don't want to go that way. So I will just go in here, and then I will maybe come up here, and then maybe I'll go back this way, and then maybe I'll go this way, and then maybe I might go this way. And that just breaks that up for me so that I know, okay, don't just go in a straight line. Finish this little area, then finish this little area, and then finish this little area. Now I still have my thumb that I'm finishing, so I'm going to do that first. So I don't want to go straight up and down. So as you can see, here you've got these lines going up and down, and then now there's no definition of the where it's being punched. So that's what you want. Unless you want um, uh, the definition and you want your eye drawn to a certain area like I did with the Santa's beard. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go up and do the outline. Okay, so let me, since we're done with the hand, I'm going to move the camera a little bit. There we go. Okay, so I've gone all the way around, and I'm going to go ahead and do my higgly piggly lines so that as I go, so I'm just going to keep higgly piggling it until I get all the way around, and then all right, so now that I've got my higgly piggly, I'm just going to fill it in. So Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to come back in with this lighter, and where I've higgly piggly, I'm going to kind of use some of those and use this lighter color to do some shading, because it may not be accurate, but I need to break this up some, I think. So I'm going to switch for a minute because that's just too much, but at least the face. I'm just going to pop in some shading. You know what? I'm going to take this out. I think I'm going to come over here. Okay, so I think we hit a knot. Okay, so let's go back to this color now. And see where we are. trying not to beat up my camera today, so I hit the light instead. Okay, for some reason I was sitting on the edge of my seat. So, okay, now I've adjusted. I think I'm going to quit staring at it. I'm going to go ahead and color the whole thing. And then we'll do the black hair and see if that helps anything. I'm not liking her at the moment. But it could just be because of my headache too. So we'll see. I'm going to go on and finish. And then we can always pull it back out if we need to. Can always pull it back out. I'm just stretching my fingers real quick. Alright, so again, just higgly piggly in. And I'm not happy with her at the moment, but I'm going to do her dark hair here in a minute. We'll see what we think of that. And then we'll make a decision on her skin. I am so not liking this. Okay, I'm going to play with the hair for a second because I just can't stand it. So I'm going to play. My idea is so this is a silver gold metallic. You see that? So I'm using it kind of like the highlights. And then I'm going to do the black hair. We're going to see how that works. But I need to put this on here because I'm really not liking her at the moment. I'm not moving the camera because I'm just going up a little ways. Okay, so that is the outline of that silver blonde. And this is not black black. It's called bittersweet heather. And so it's got a smidgen of that gold in it. It is a dark, dark, dark brown. I'm going to try that with this first and see what that looks like. So this, because it's her hair, I am going to go straight and follow these lines because you expect the hair all to flow the same way, right? I mean, there is a look. just going to do close to her head right here because I want to see. And she'll be softer looking from the other side because you're going to have the loops where you don't have the loops here. I'm going to come in and do a double thing. Ouch! I just hit my...
Doing okay?
I just hit the...
Oh.
Let's stop there. All right, I'm liking the hair. And I just want to do a little more, around her face to about right there. All right, so let's do this last little bit. I do really like that highlight effect. I'm going to stop there. Okay, now that I have the darker hair, I think I feel better about the skin. I think. I think. So, let's go back now to her skin and finish her out and see what we think. So, because of now getting the darker hair in, I think I'm okay with the darker skin. I wasn't liking it at first, but I think it's going to be okay. I think. I think. So I am going to get rid of this image. I'm done with that. And I am now just going to finish her skin. When this ad commercial comes in, I'm going to jump up real quick and grab me a new drink. I am out and I'm getting parched. Stretch my fingers a second. It won't take but just a minute and then I'll be right back. And again, I've left her outline because I'm not sure if I'm going to outline her or not, but I can if I want to. If not, I'll fill it in. Oops, sorry. Now I yanked the camera. I'm not beating it up anymore, but I yanked on it, on the cord. This needs to go way over here. There we go. And then once we get her body done, I will take it off of here and scoot it down so we can work on her hair, finish her hair out. And then we'll be done with the actual mermaid. Okay. Oh, perfect timing. I've just finished. Okay. Pour this into my cup. Oh, give me just 1 second. I got to get more ice. I'm a Texas girl. I need my ice. Okay. I thought I had a full cup of ice, but I did not. I need my ice. Alrighty. better. Much better. Okay. And I stretch my fingers, so let's go. Now remember, I'm higgly piggly in it because I don't want her skin to have, lines in it. Her hair I do. So that's why we're working in these weird random sections. Whoops. Yep, I think she's going to be okay. What do y'all think? I've done highlights and I think we're okay. Now that the hair is darker, it looks a little better. All right, we are getting there. Okay, just a couple more spots and we will be done with her. Okay. So there she is. Um, I'm gonna take this off. Okay. 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 So, I've moved it down. And I'm going to move the camera a little bit so we can get all of her hair. All right. And then, you know what? We're going to stick you right in the middle of her tail. That will work perfect. All right. I am done with these two colors. Throw those in the basket. Now I'm going to go back to that outlining. Okay. Excuse me. We're not going to fight the thing today. We're just going to pull that through. So I'm just going to follow this line. I'm on the outside one, so I'm just going to follow on the outside of this line. And then I'll come back on the line. Alright, so this is that silver metallic with this gold in it that I'm using for the highlights of the hair. Let me show you up close again. And then we're going to take this and fill in the hair. This actually is heathered and has some of that gold in it. It's just not showing on my camera very well. I'm attached. Hold on, I'm tangled up in my yarn. And then this is going to be in a book called, I forgot again, The Rose's Tale. So there's liberties with the whole thing, but when you get to the flowers. They need to be done like the mermaid rose in real life. So that is what we will be working on next. And those roses look like this. So they are a vine rose. And so all the way around is this vine of roses. All right. And so I want her hair, the metallic in her hair, there's metallic in this hot pink. And then on the other side, all of the wool is done with an iridescent on top. So I want the same thing to go over on the other side. From the back, this almost looks like a braid. Okay. So I'm just going, I'm tangled in my yarn. When I want a color to really pop, even though I'm not using a lot of it, I do a double row. So that's what we're doing with the hair here. These are going to be the highlights. So I'm just working on the highlights of the hair, and then we will fill in. All right, I'm just going to keep going. tangled. All right. One more curly cue of highlights. All right. Here we go. We're going to go turn around. All right, so I've hit, whoops, I went past. So let me go back in here. Now, that should take care of our metallics. And now we'll go back to our hair, but I am going to take a 5-minute break. Just stretch my fingers, give them a rest, grab a little snack because I'm about halfway through. Let's see, I started at 10. Yep, I'm about halfway through. So I will be right back. Okay. I feel a little better. Okay, so we are going to continue on with the hair. I'm trying to find my. There we go. Sorry, I've got a group text that is apparently deciding to go nuts. So let me. All right, we're getting there. Cheerful Bacon. Thanks for the raid. Hey, Hugh Moore, how are you? What y'all do, Cheerful Bacon, on your stream today? If you've got to run, I understand. We are working on our mermaid. We're trying to get her hair done. I wasn't liking how you were working on a crocheted lap blanket for your oldest. Oh, that's good. I am good. We are just moving right along with the hair. This Bacon recently finished a gorgeous blanket and picked yarn and started a new one today. It was good times. Oh, good. I am so glad. I will have to go check it out and see what blanket you finished. I love crochet. And I just followed you, Cheerful. So I will go over there and check that out. Well, I did the mermaid's skin tone and I wasn't liking it, but I knew I was going to do her hair black. So once I did that, then I felt better about it. So that's what we're working on. This is for a book, so I've got to get it done. I mean, I have a time frame on it, so. And so are you doing the lap blanket for Christmas? Is that going to be a Christmas gift? Oh, that's good. Thank you. I hope your little one gets to feeling better fast. Hugh Moore, what have you been up to? Okay, the song always reminds me of Annette Funicello. Just sounds beach party vibe to me. Maybe I just have beaches and water on the brain with the mermaid. done with the hair, and then we're going to start the flowers. And the flowers are the most important part of this rug. They have to look realistic. So we'll see how that goes here in a minute. This mermaid is going to be in a book called The Rose's Tale. It's going to be a dual thing. It's going to show rug hooking patterns and have rug hooking patterns in it. But then it's going to also be kind of an encyclopedia of roses. And this one is called The Mermaid's Tale. That is the name of the rose. And so she designed the pattern to be a mermaid. And then has the roses trailing because the roses are on a line. They're a trailing rose. And so we will be doing it with a really dark center and then working our way out to a lighter soft yellow to a white right at the edges. That's going to be our next tackle after we finish this hair. Thanks. I'm hoping that the roses will turn out the way they're supposed to. We'll see here in just a few. We'll start one and see what we think. I may have to redraw some of them, but we're hopeful. And of course, we're working from the back, so it'll be a lot softer on the other side. And the design has, I do design my own patterns. This is not one of them. This one is actually called the Mermaid Rose by Ribbon Candy Hooking, and the description is, or the link is in my description. This one is going to be in a book. So she just draws the pattern and then I have liberty to do whatever with it, except that this one she really wants the roses to look like real roses, the real roses. If you go back and look or look on my social media, there are several that I've designed myself. I have a fall one that I did that was a bare tree that had falling leaves. And then I did, well, here, I'll grab it. It's right here. I designed this one to be placemat, so it's just the size of a, you know, a good size placemat. So that's what that one looks like. And then this one I did in velvets. And so this one's all in velvet because it's going to hang on the wall. So it's a barren tree with a moon behind it and then has fallen leaves all over it. I did that one, and I've done some sorority stuff. I've designed some rugs for sororities and some of that kind of stuff, but this one is not one of mine. This is actually, so Deanna, thank you. It feels really good because it's all in velvets. But Deanna David is the one that owns Ribbon Candy Hooking, and what she did last year, I think it was probably around Mother's Day, she did 31 patterns with roses, and so now she's decided to do a book about all of them, but she wants it to be a dual book where it will not only reference rug hooking, but be an encyclopedia of the actual roses. So she wants this one in her book, so I am working on that. I'm going to take it off of my frame and we're going to move it so we can look at the roses. So give me just a second. So let me pop this off and I'll show you. I'll move it up. You can see her pattern on my screen, but so here's the mermaid. Now remember, I'm working on the back side. So the front side is going to be a hot mess at the moment, but we can look at it and see. So I am going to have to go back in. I was trying to decide if I wanted to illustrate her and outline her whole thing, but I think I'm going to have to. She gets lost otherwise. And so on this side, here's her tail. This is what it will actually look like on the right side. So, whoops. So there's her tail. And then her body with her hair flowing out behind her. And if I, so these are all my tails that I bring through to the front side. So if I trim those off, thank you. So if I trim all this up and get all these little tails off, we'll be able to see a little better. But just like with tufting, if you watch the people that do the tufting on the frames, and they have to take their trimmers and it's called Waldburrowing, where they go in between the colors and really cut it out in between so that the colors stand up. I'll have to do some of that to this. But she is getting there. And I think I really do like the highlights that I did with her hair. It almost looks like ribbons running through it. And I did it with this. So the pink in her tail is a metallic yarn. It's this right here, very metallic-y. And so then these lines in her hair are this metallic. And that's what I did to kind of give highlights and bring that metallic all the way over. And of course we'll have to clean it up and make sure they really pop, but they work for now. Let's see what her face looks like from this side. you more when it comes to designing a latch hook pattern. It is like cross stitch where you have to work in a grid, or more like drawing a picture and the latch hooker colors it in with yarn. So latch hook actually has, so latch hook fabric is um, almost like plastic canvas. So it's a much stiffer, coated, and larger squared um, backing. And then, and then you have, the short yarn, and you've got the hook that kind of looks like a crochet hook, but it has that little latch that flaps across, and then you pull it back and make that knot around that piece of fabric, around that square. So, but it does use yarn, and now see, I can see I've got a little place right here that I may need to refill in. Um, so that's latch hook, and then there is rug punching, which is what I'm doing with continuous yarn. So I'm using just a skein of yarn, which goes much faster because you're just, constantly doing this. And then there is what is called rug hooking, which is a traditional form of making rugs that is actually can be traced to starting here in the U.S. We don't have very many things that we can say we started as far as crafts, but that is one of them. And it works from the front. So what I did, so on this, I wanted, I had some iridescent fabric, and you hook. Yes, so rug punch is different than latch hook, and then there's traditional rug hooking, and then there is ultra punch, and I'll show you that too, because I do them all. But and I had a latch hook somewhere. I need to probably pull it out so I can show. So with rug hooking, you work from the front. So what I did was I wanted to punch the whole piece, but I wanted to use a certain fabric on her tail. And I knew I was going to have to hook that. So what I did was I punched the outline. So this blue yarn is the outline of each scale. And then I flipped it back over to the right side. And then this is called I got to find my camera. I never can find my camera. This is called a rug hooking hook. So you can start with a crochet hook if you can, if it works well for you and in your fabric. But this one has a tip on the end, and so it goes down into your fabric. You have strips of wool that from underneath you feed it, and then you pull it up, make a loop, go down, grab some more, pull it up, make a loop, go down. So like let's see if I have a long piece here. So you would hold it in your hand underneath, pull it up, make that loop, go to the next one, put it on there, pull that up, go to the next one, pull that up, and you just keep going, and it pulls these loops up. Let me see. So it makes these loops. And that is what traditional rug hooking does from the front side. So if you're working with rug punch, you're always working from the back. So you want to make sure if you're using letters, they're reversed. And then there's what's called ultra punch or Russian punch, which is a lot like cross stitch, if you've seen that. And it uses DMC floss and a different type needle. And so because I can't cross stitch anymore, just because my eyes get too tired and counting cross stitch is tough on me, I use what is called an ultra punch. So what's cool about an ultra punch is, depending on how high you want your loops on the other side, you can change the size in here, you just push this up and down, and do you see how much longer that needle got? And then if you want to go back down to a 1, then it's that short, so your loops are only going to be this long. And then what it looks like from the front side is almost like a cross stitch. So you just don't have the X's. You can punch like I do with my big one, but in this fine DMC floss, and it makes a much prettier little piece. So there you go. That was a crash course on the different types of punching and hooking. And I love to teach that stuff. Yeah, so that one actually isn't my pattern either. That's by Michelle Palmer on Etsy. But I love that because you use your DMC floss, which of course, you know, I have tons of. But I have tons of yarn too. All right. So now I am done with, and then once we're on a flat surface and I can trim this all up, see, I'll go through here and get any tall pieces that have gotten looped. Painting and sculpting. Oh, you do macrame. Yeah, I love to learn, right? You should always keep learning. And well, and that's probably why I have so many different kinds of crafts, right? Is I like learning, and then I have to do them. So anyway, she's getting there, and I'm gonna have to work on her eye because that looks pretty wonky. But now let's flip her back over and let's see if we can do a realistic looking flower, because that may crash the whole thing. That may just defeat the whole purpose. All right, so what she did on this pattern, and you can see it, maybe we should start down here. Let me flip it one more time. Sorry, camera, sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna start here. We'll work on this side. Because I'm gonna pull this tight. I don't want to come too close to my edge right here because my frame has a really hard area right there. So let me put my cover back on. I've lost my cover. It's way down here. Come back. All right, we're going to put my cover back on. And then so what she did was she designed this, and I'm going to come out just a little bit, so hold on. All right, so we're going to work on this corner. So what she did was she designed it to where this is all the clinging the vine, and then she's got the roses. So again, we're trying to mimic, they're all on a vine, and there's a close-up of one of the roses. So that is what we are going to work on now. So I have 3 greens that I've got to play with, and I really like this pea pod one. This is going to be my bright. This will be my really dark in those back corners, and this will be the in-between, and it really is a grassy green. My camera may not be picking it up. but it is a grassy green. Okay, so yeah, so wild roses look so much more delicately elegant compared to cultured ones. Yeah, and so I hope I do it justice. We are about to have um, so sometimes even what I will do is I will take, I have a pen right over here. I have a highlighter. Oh, cool. So I'm just going to make sure we're going to take our green all the way to our border. So I just want to make sure that I know kind of where I'm going up into and what it's not. So we want to follow this into here, because sometimes you get reversed and you punch in the wrong place. So I just kind of lightly, you can always change a pattern that you get by drawing. You can, draw on it. So like I traced this pattern out myself, so I need to look at it a second because I don't have, actually, let me do this. No, that is the way she drew it. Well, I don't know what she was thinking. Let's see. Okay, so maybe because she did this line, but it's not attached to anything, and these petals aren't attached to anything, and neither is this rose. But really, I think that clinging vine should go all the way around the bottom. So I'm wondering if maybe we missed. All right, well, we'll worry about this in a little bit and see what we think, whether that should be water or uh, greenery. So I am going to take my darkest, because if you're thinking lighter and then you're going darker into the recesses, right? That would be my thought process. So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do a couple of things. I think what I'm going to do first is, well, first I'm going to get my border. And what I did, because I always want to make sure my patterns are straight, but I didn't want to draw the line. So as you can see these extra dots, and that's because I pulled this one row of fiber out and everything kind of shifted, but that will tell me where my line is. So I'm going to start right here, and even if you get a pattern that doesn't have a straight line, you can follow the stitch of the fabric, and that will always give you a straight line because of the warp and weft. So this is the only thing I do really, really slowly, because I want to make sure I stay in that same line and I don't get over on one side of the stitch or the other. And I do it in almost every square because I want my edge to be thick and strong. So I'm going to take this straight up this line. Oh, and see, we're stuck because it's pulling out. So anytime you're going along and your yarn is getting stuck like this, then you know somewhere it's stuck and it's not free flowing. The yarn does nearly match my nails. See, it's not going in again because it got stuck underneath my scissors. So a lot of people get very frustrated because they don't understand why it's not staying in their thing, but it's probably because they're leaning on it or it's caught somewhere. And that's all it is, something very simple. And if you get off, which is what I did right there, because you have to stare at this, then you just pull it back and start again. I'm just pulling my cover back long enough to get this done. And we're actually going to run out of, we're going to run out of where it's supposed to meet here in just a second. So she didn't do individual leaves on this. We're going to be able just to kind of go into the greenery. And I'm actually going to go ahead right here because I just hit the edge of my frame. We're going to stop there and come back down. And we're stuck again. There we go. Okay, quit. And what I'm going to do is just kind of swirl around, fill in a couple of little spots with this dark, and then we're going to switch to our medium because that'll be what we do most of it in. We'll do 2 rows of this. But since there's some high areas here, we'll add a little more of that dark. We'll go a little further with it. Alright, so I'm going to swing back up over here. Just kind of swing. See, what is going on with this thing? I'm going to have to hold it. And then I'm going to swing up here and just kind of all right. So I'm going to come back down. Maybe come over here. And I know it looks like a hot mess, but I promise it won't. This also keeps you from just going straight up and down. You can see that in your punching. And if you don't want your eye drawn or their eye drawn to one specific place, then you try to do it what's called higgly piggly. Okay, and then I'm going to come back down here again, pull this off the frame because I'm hitting it. And then I'm going to kind of go up. What in the world? I'm going to kind of go up in here, make it a little darker here. All right, and then I'm going to work my way down here. Same line that I was already in when I first went up the other way. And then I'm going to come across and mix the exact same thing. I pulled the lines from here also, this side. And this one ends right here. I'm going to go ahead and end where it does because I need to figure out what's going on with this other part of the pattern, but I'm going to worry about that later. I'll think about that tomorrow. Alright, so I'm going to turn around now, go back the other way. And maybe give this one a little bit of a rise. All right. So that will give us our foundation now, maybe. Why are you being so difficult? Stop. So I'm going to come back up here. Okay, seriously. What in the world? We can always fill in with more of the dark if we want to. And I am going to take that off of there for now. And let me grab one thing and I will be right back. Okay. I had to get a package off the porch. All right. So now we're going to do some. Oh, hello. How are you, my boy? Huh? What you doing? Hi. How are you? How are you? Hmm? What you doing? The cat felt he needed to make an appearance. Oh, I know what he's looking for. Hold on. Here, bud. thinks it's his duty to smell everything that comes in the house, in case he disagrees with it. And I'd put it on the counter, not on the floor, for him to smell. For shame. Okay. I'm going to tilt that just a little bit. Now I'm going to play for a minute. I think I'm going to play on this one right here. And let's try all three colors and see what we think. Okay, so I'm going to come around here. Oh, hello. Was it okay? Was it okay? Does Daddy need to get you something to eat? Are you hungry? Do you want to say hi? Do you want to say hi? Yeah, can you say hi? Yeah. Nope, you done? You dumber boy. Does Daddy want to get you some lunch? Does Daddy want to get you some lunch? Okay, let me see if I can get him because he's apparently not paying attention. Come on. Let's go. Do you get him lunch? You get him lunch? There it is. Daddy's coming. Daddy's coming. He's in his box. All right. Daddy's gonna fix him some lunch. All right. So let's see. And what I may end up doing, because this may be too harsh of a change all at once, I may kind of do some variegated where I throw the dark and the medium together, do a few rows, then take the dark out, and then do a few rows with just the green, and then add the pea pod and do a few rows like that, and kind of variegate it and make it a little softer of a change. But let's see what we think of these three colors punched together. Because we can always take it out. Alright, so let's try pea pod. Oh, and I'm done with this one, so let's take this one and put it away. And remember, we're working with whites and yellows in the flowers, and then we're going to do a combination of stop. These turquoisey green blues for the water. So that's where we will be. I definitely am going to like the pea pod, I think, for the light part of the leaves. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to variegate all of this. Or ombre it, or whatever you want to say. Mix and match. I'm definitely going to like that color as my light on the tips. I'm looking at it on screen. These two greens on screen don't look very different. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to color this tip in. And I may leave the dark, but I may mix this medium green and this pea pod together to get those lights and darks. Because she's already dark, so we don't want to go, too overall dark all the way. And my scissors are stuck in my... Okay, here's what happened. Well, you are not one to feed through correctly, are you? Oh, I see. It's this one because I don't have a anchor on it. Okay, so see, we're right at the edge of that one because I only did that little short piece to see what we thought. But I think that is probably going to work. All right, so I'm going to take this piece back out, put this one in with it, get my threader. Maybe. All right, and I'm going to pull this one back into here just to give it a, and then we'll go like this, and then let's see what happens. I don't know, maybe I should just do the whole thing this way. Why are you being difficult? Okay, seriously. What the heck? Oh, because there's a knot. That's why. And because there's a knot, it can't feed through my needle. So that's the problem. You figured it out now. So behave. Okay. So again, I ran out of the green now, so Let me grab something, and then we're going to take that off and see it from the other side and see what we think. Oh, ow. Okay. So, let's see what this looks like from the other side. Okay, you're just not wanting to be nice, are you? Alrighty. So, I'm thinking my idea is probably correct. We should probably mix the colors. Can y'all see that? So there's the dark. Here's the mixture of the colors. All right, I'm going to try one more thing. Sometimes it's a lot of trial and error to get the colors you want, right? Same with painting. Okay, so I'm going to pull all of it out. Maybe not this black, this back dark. All right, hold on, let me think. Okay, I think I'm going to try it with all three colors in my needle. Okay, so we're going to put all three colors in there. Remember, we're working on matching this. I'm going to leave this dark at the back, but so much going on in this piece already because of the tail of the mermaid. The cool thing about doing this, you just kind of wiggle your finger around there and all those little holes go away and you can just repunch as much as you want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from back here again. And let's see what happens. Because I'm using 3 different, well, I can already tell you what's happening. It's not going through. Oh, because my hand is on it. Well, cuss. All right. And we're going to thread this one more time. And my alerts went off all ago, but I don't see anything. So we got an ad coming in. That's all I see. All right. So here we go. What the heck? Maybe it is going to be too thick for this one. Okay. Well, I'm not going to fight you. We're going to switch. This one has a much bigger eye. It is longer. The needle size is longer, but I can cut the pile. So, but it will feed through easier. So let's see if that will work. But I've lost my thread. Oh, there we are. Okay. This one didn't come with an eye on it, but I put that on there. And if this doesn't work, we'll walk away from it for today and think about it. Okay. So here we go. Let's try this and see if this will work. All right. I'm gonna. Yeah, it looks like it's going in a line. Um, but I can easily fix that. So as you turn, it will change which one's kind of, which one is more prominent. So I just turn it a bunch. of wide here. Hold on. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. I like having the darker in there. I think that brings it, I think it tones it down a little. But hey, I don't need you to walk on here. Hello? Hello? What you do? You're gonna fall off. Yeah, there you go. What's doing? I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Just give me a little longer, okay? I'm trying to figure this out. You want to sit right here? Come here, bud. Hmm. Okay, so maybe I should tip it with the lighter by itself, but on these bottom areas, keep it to 3 with the dark. Let's try it. Okay, I'm going to cut in right here. I'm going to leave the tip and come back in with just that light. I'm going to come back down here. Okay. I am going to try to Okay, I'm going to come in with that light real quick and just see. I'm going to pull the other two out. Okay, I think I like that with just that tip. And here comes the cat again. Hi, bud. What is that? Hi. You're going to knock this off. Yeah? What is it? Let me hold you for a minute. Let me hold you. How's that? Okay.
Really?
Okay. I'm going to take this off again one more time. Yeah, I think that will work better. Is it on?
Did not push that over.
Okay. So now let's find our ends again, and we'll put them back in the. Okay. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's leave that alone for a minute. I think I'm going to do this. These are going to be petals. Because this really only has one circle in the center. All right, let's see. I'm going to take this, switch over to this picture, and we have an ad starting soon. I'm going to take this color And that's going to be my center. Although there's a yellow in there. And I am going to go back to my shorter oh, that was my elbow. Okay, and why? Oh, stop. Okay. I've lost my scissors again. Okay. So just like this center right here,
You get it?
all right. So now I'm going to take this around. We're going to have the same issue with the leaves on these roses too. Okay, so that's the center. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the white, and that's what I'm going to divide the petals with. Do you see how that has white? So I'm going to do that first. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and go around. I don't know why I wasn't thinking that, because I need that at the edge. Okay. I think when we flip this, over, I think I'm going to do the light lime around these flowers. Because every time you see a flower, it's the light. Ah! Okay, what in the world? Stop. I have to fix some fingers because that pulled out. But let's look at this flower and see how well we did. I lost my scissors again. Okay, so there is one of the roses. Now, it's not completely cleaned up. I need to put it on a hard surface so I can then come in here and actually trim things. So, like that doesn't go there. So let's look. I think that's pretty close. The petals aren't as defined, and I may have to come in and do some shading of some dark. But I think the colors are right, and I think that will work. So we finished her hair. We played with the grass or the leaves, which I'm still not sure about. But we did get a flower done, and I think we're happy with those colors. We may have to think about the shading a little more. But I would say today was a successful day. And I hope that everybody enjoyed watching it. I'm trying to see who's on. Um, let's see. What do we want to see? Um, All right, well, the one I was going to raid does not accept raids. So, I guess we will say goodbye and hope everyone has a great day, and we will talk to you soon. Thanks for watching.